Hello, welcome to the August 19th, 2022 Club Cubase live stream. I'm going to do a quick audio test and then we will begin. Bear with me just for a moment. All right, my name is Greg Undo. I will be the host for the live stream today. If you have not attended a live stream before, how it works is you can ask questions in advance by sending an email to clubcubase@steinberg.de or simply ask the questions in the live chat field. When asking questions in the live chat field, if you could indicate which program you're running, so we'll answer questions on Wavelab and Halion and Cubase, but which version. So if you're running Cubase LE, AI, Elements, Artist, or Pro, or if you're running version 10, 11, or 12, or 10.5, and which operating system you're running. So if you're running Mac OS or Windows, that information is helpful. I will not have the ability to answer every question in a live nature. So if you type your question in, sometimes I may be 30 to 40 minutes behind, but I try my best every live stream to catch up and answer all the questions. So if you don't see an immediate response to your question, if you want to, if we could try to avoid asking the same questions over and over again, that just kind of slows down the whole process. So just a quick heads up on that. So when and we should have all of the topics covered in today's live stream, indexed with timestamps and pinned to the top of the comments field for the video after it's posted about 30 minutes after it's over. So if you wanted to search for particular topics covered in today's live stream, you could do that. Also, if you want to search for topics that have been covered in the past, we've answered over 19,000 questions on the live streams. You could go to cubaseindex.com, and we want to thank Jan for creating that site from Stockholm. And he's on as cubaseindex.com. We also have two people, volunteers. They're not Steinberg employees or Yamaha employees, who serve as moderators. So we want to give a special thanks to Agent K and to Jazz Dude. We appreciate their efforts combating different bots, so we appreciate everything they do. And also, one other wonderful resource of information that's available is the Cubase Nation Discord, in addition to all of the official Steinberg channels and assets and videos and tutorials. So Jazz Dude does a lot of work with that, so we'll give him a double thanks for his efforts on making that a better, creating such a wonderful resource to the Steinberg community. So once again, my name is Greg Undo. I work for Yamaha Corporation of America as a product specialist, primarily focusing on Steinberg products. And I'm presenting from outside of Washington, D.C. in the United States in Alexandria, Virginia. If you're watching the live stream live, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. It's always fascinating to see people from all over the world. So with that, we will go ahead and get started. All right, so we see Best Korean Jesus, and Jazz. He is Best Korean Jesus made number 1 on the check-in today, as well as Jazz Dude at number 2. We have H.2 Music official number 3, and Jan from Cubase Index is 4. All right. So we see from World Domination Inc. Emailed 2 questions about group quantizing drum audio with MIDI and about ARA2 loading a vocal line. Did you get them? Yeah, so I got the email, so we'll probably be doing that maybe towards the end of the live stream, but if you want to see it now, because I realize it's probably very, very late. I think you're based in Korea, if memory serves, but we could cover it if you wanted to go to bed, but we got it, and we'll get it in today's live stream. We had a lot of questions sent in. All right, so we said, all right, so we have Soren checking in from Sweden, and Robbie Bowling from Dallas, Texas. And we see Sir Robert Robinson from Atlanta. Good to see you all. Okay, so we see, please show how to pan each note on sampler. Okay, so let me just go to a different project here. Okay, so the sampler track is going to be kind of, one individual note. The sampler track itself is one note, and it's going to be kind of global for the panning, but it will actually follow, our when we work with different MIDI notes. It works as a VST 3.5 instrument with note expression. So let's say I want to grab my sampler track, and I'll take this, drag it down into the sampler track. We have our sampler track here, and if we want to play, I'll adjust my volume up a little bit, and I'll just draw in a couple of MIDI notes. Okay, so let's say we have 3 different MIDI notes here. So once we go to our note expression, let's say if I wanted to just come over here to pan. Let's see if I accidentally muted that note. Okay, so now that I have pan enabled, I will turn on this option here where we could double click opens the note expression editor. So we could toggle that behavior to either delete the note or open the expression editor. So I'll just put this into one shot. So let's say I want this to be panned all the way to the right, this one all the way to the other channel, and this one panned in the center. So now as we play these 3 notes, you'll hear the different panning. And let me just solo that. Sorry about that, making it a little more confusing when the other audio is playing. So this way, each note, when you double click with this option enabled in the MIDI editor, you could select panning in the note expression and pan each individual note. Or if you wanted to take a particular note and have it extend out. So let's say I'll take this note, extend it out. And if I wanted to take, just this note, I could do this for a single note within the chord or not. But we could just say, I wanted to just take my snap off. But if we wanted to just pan an individual note within, even within a chord, we could do that. So you could do stuff like that for the sampler track. But the intention of the sampler is to have one, sound that's very quick and easy. So not each key, but each note within the actual MIDI editor itself can do note expression so that you could have individual panning per note if you needed to. All right, so we have Crocante checking in from Los Angeles. All right, and we have Stefan checking in from Sweden. All right, so we have Pascal Russo just saying, hi, Greg and team. Thank you for the streams. You're welcome. Okay, so we have a question from Crocante. In a key event window, can we add MIDI insert always on orange? I have to double click on it to make it orange every time I need to change. Let me just make sure to change a note to a different key with my MIDI keyboard. Okay, so let's say if we are here, let me just... I think I may just be able to grab a part here. So let's say we want to listen to, we'll open up our MIDI key editor here, and we'll just listen to, make sure I don't have it muted on the track itself. Sorry about that. going to just toggle one preference here that I was using to prepare. Okay. All right, so the question is, so could we set the MIDI insert always on? I have to double click it to make it go orange every time I need to change a note to a different key from my MIDI keyboard. Okay, so if I guess it's if we wanted to select a note here and then just change the pitch accordingly. So there's ramifications for having that always active. Let me just see if there's maybe a keyboard shortcut for that. But you could be looking at one part, editing, playing another part, and then inadvertently kind of write the notes into the wrong editor, which is why I think it's kind of one of those things that's manually set up. But let's see if there's maybe a key command. So it could be toggled with a keyboard shortcut. But I think if this is, and I'm just going to reread this again. So if I select a different note here, play, and let's say I play this note. So whatever note is selected, we could just enable that. So I have to double click on it. I have to double click it to make it orange every time I need to change a note to a different key with my MIDI keyboard. So, consider, if it'll stay I don't think it'll default to being actively on. Let's see if I close this editor window and maybe go to another editor. So it's not enabled there. Let's go back to this particular part and into our key editor. So I don't know of a way to automatically have that turned on. I mean, you could do a single click, or again, maybe if you wanted to quickly do it, you could assign a keyboard shortcut to it. So if you go to the key commands and then just search for toggle MIDI input, and then just simply assign a key command when you want it to be enabled or disabled, and you could even assign it to a drum pad on your controller. Sorry about that. Okay, so we have a question. I have a following question. Render in place for a plugin with multiple outputs does not render all of them. Example, NI drums with 8 outputs renders 5. What I do wrong? Okay, so it could depend on what the actual choice that you have. So let's say if I have a pattern here and I'm going to do a render in place on a particular pattern. So I'm going to drag this out. Okay, so, and I will assign so I'm going to not put it into record this time. Sorry about that. And let's say, okay, so as I want it to come here, I'm going to assign different sounds to different outputs in Groove Agent. Okay, so I will say, let's go to our instrument, and we'll say, okay, let's go to our mixer, and we're going to say our kick is going out of output 2 or snare out of output 3, my hi-hat out of output 4, my overheads, say output 5, and then I have output 6 here. So now as we would play this pattern and we look at our mix console, so let's say we'll solo. So we'll go to our drum agent. We'll see our different outputs indicated here when we open up and click in the lower left-hand corner. And when we go to our mix console, we'll see our different outputs turned on here. So if I wanted to render each of these outputs, so we have those outputs are being fed. I will come over to my edit and let's go to render in place. And I'm going to just come directly here and we'll say, I want to do my channel settings. And at this point, all of my outputs. So, and I think setting this to channel settings is critical for this. So I think if we don't do that, you may just get one sound. But let's go ahead and hit render. And we'll see that each of the files is automatically rendered independently. So our hi-hat, our overheads, and the room. So all of those have been rendered. So make sure that you have the actual routing done within the plugin itself. So check that within the NI plugin, and then when you do the render in place, when you go to the current settings, that when you get to the render setup rather, that you have this actually set to channel settings as opposed to dry, and see if that makes a difference for you. But you can see it works kind of the same type of way using Groove Agent. So, and let me know if I did something differently than you did. All right. So second question from Crocante. Is there any way to use the virtual instrument screen in this selected instrument? Example, if I move to another track with a different VSTI, the screen will change to that one. So some of the instruments will allow you to kind of do that, but it doesn't, like within the instruments. So if let's say I have, I'll just load up a Hallian Sonic SE. We'll do like a multi-timbral. I'll just add some MIDI tracks here. Okay, so now within Hallian Sonic, let's say if I have my macro view and I select the particular channel, Hallian Sonic will update kind of the editor. But if we don't have, the particular, if we have an instrument open, let's say for, our Groove Agent open, and then I select a different track, what you could do is there is an edit VST instrument key command. So I think, let me just take a look at my controller. So, there is a key command to automatically, show the particular instrument, by doing that. So it doesn't automatically follow the selected track, but you could probably set up a macro, but, maybe check out the edit keyboard or edit VST instrument command. So anytime that you just hit the button on the selected track, that will open and close the particular instrument for you. But it could be kind of annoying to, like as you activate a track, that instrument would always pop open. For a lot of people, they may not want that, but so there is a key command to kind of turn that on and off. All right, so we see John Costigan checking in from Kenosha. We have Peter from Montreal. We have H2 Music Official, also from Canada. Thanks for joining us. And Brian Sawyer from Beulahville, North Carolina. All right, and we have Rob from California checking in. Thanks for being a part of the live stream. All right, we have Daniel from Munich. All right, and he just says, I really love what you do, and I hope you will continue for very long. So I'll keep doing this as long as they let me. So it's much better than sitting on airplanes, flying 12 hours to talk to 20 people. So. All right, so we see from World Domination Inc. says 2 a.m. in Seoul. So yeah, I'll get to it by the end of the seminar. So go get some rest, and when you wake up, you should be able to see it. All right, so we have a second question. It says, if I may, in the editor's roll bar only states C1 through C2, C3, etc. Any possibility to name all the keys? So I assume that this might be like in the editor here. So, we could see all of these keys. Now, one of the things that you could do, depending on the height of, so that's really just kind of like a reference point to indicate which octave that you're in. So, if you wanted to zoom somewhat, we could come over here, zoom. Now, depending on your vertical zoom level, so that is, I guess there's an assumption that you would know kind of what key it is. And if you wanted to look at your notes, maybe if they're not right next to it, as we get to a certain zoom factor with the notes, that you'll see that each of the notes will be labeled. But within the key editor itself, this is really just an indication of which octave that you're, just as a reference point. So, but I think it might be a little cluttered to see the pitches of every single note indicated here. And if you're not familiar with keyboard stuff, it's probably not that hard to learn. And as you would, hover over, you could see like what note in the pitch is being entered in directly there as well. All right, so we see Tim Weinheimer from Mission Viejo. Thanks for joining us. All right. All right, so we have a question from Michael Pierce. It says, going for 2 for 2 for the fastest answered question. Is the VST plugin in the VST plugin manager, is there a way when editing a custom setup of plugins to show all plugins not currently in that collection? So I don't know of a way to do that. So let's come over here to our VST plugin manager. So, if we created a new plugin here, so I'll just say empty and we'll call it Pierce. And I started dragging over plugins like so. So I don't know of a way to show, which plugins aren't in this particular one. Or which plugins aren't in this collection. So I don't know if there's a way to indicate that. But let's see if we try to copy in a plugin twice. I guess we could do that. But I don't know of a way to do that quickly. Let me just take a look in. I see that there's a remove unavailable plugins, but I don't know of a way to actually see the plugins that are not in that particular collection. Just make sure I'm reading it right. To show all plugins not currently in that collection. Yeah, so I think you have to do that manually. Sorry about that, Michael. All right, so we have Gary Ward checking in from Zephyrillis, Florida. I probably pronounced that incorrectly. All right, so for Mr. Morpheus, we have, hey, Greg, can you demonstrate how to do event processing on parts to free up CPU? So, yeah, let's go take a look. Let's say we have a drum loop here. So, all right. So one of the things you could do is if we have a number of inserts on the plugins itself. So let's say I select this track, we go to inserts, and I wanted to do something obnoxiously obvious. So, all right, so we'll go to a flanger, and let's do morphing filter. All right, so now when we play this, okay, so if we just have that, one of the things we could do is if we choose to take this particular track, and if I wanted to embed those effects as inserts, I could come right over here and just do a render in place. So I can say, okay, let's come over here. Let's include our channel path. And now we could just choose to have this rendered and free up the resources. If I have the track selected, I could also, at this point, with some other render in place options, go to our render settings, and we could choose to disable source tracks or remove source tracks. So I have my plugins on the track. So now instead of creating a separate file, it's now just embedded those particular plugins onto the file and disabled it so that's not taking any CPU cycles. One other method of doing this also is just to go to your audio menu to processes. And then we could go to direct offline processing. So I could drag these different, say I go to my mix console and I have these particular effects. Let me just make them active here. And then if I wanted to just drag the effects to, I'm going to select the event. That's always helpful. And let me just drag our effects here. And now we could just process those offline, and then these could be disabled, and that would be processed using the direct offline processing. And I can say, oh, I wanted to keep the morph filter, but remove the flanger. So I could just right click and just remove that one particular process, and you can see the processing just automatically update. So now we'll just have the particular morphing. So at any time I could just come back and change filters or change different processing. And we could always go back to the original even after saving the project. All right. So let me know if that makes sense. All right, so we have a question from Joshua. Any chance a future version of Cubase will have simpler VST input connections, such as dragging desired instruments directly into Cubase without using Contact? So I think you could do this already. So, if it's a contact-based instrument, you may have to play it back through contact. But, but if I wanted to just come over here, so let's say I want to drop desired instruments into Cubase, I could just come right over to my media bay on the right-hand zone here. And let's say, okay, I just want to do my VST instruments, and I wanted to add a retrolog that I could just drag and drop the retrolog and place it right there. So we could do that already. But if it's a contact instrument that has to load it up, that, this will do it for the plugin, and that could be a limitation of running that particular library within Contact. But if I wanted to come over, and just because we're using the VST3 standard for the presets, I could come over here to like Hallian and say, okay, I wanted to go to this electric bass instrument in Hallian. And then if I drag this over, this will automatically load that particular instrument and will load Hallian as well for us. So this already works. It's just I don't think Native Instruments supports that functionality. So Cubase does that if that's what you want to kind of just drag and drop instruments without having to do it in Contact. You could do that, but it's probably a different file format, and I understand where it makes sense for the company to have kind of proprietary presets, so it could work with different host applications. So, but reach out to NI if you if you want that functionality. So. All right, so we see from ChairTech says triple quantization in drum editor must be edited for each lane individual. Why so complicated, and why not once for all? So you could do it for, so let's go ahead and take a drum pattern here. So I will take a particular drum pattern. We'll open up the instrument. I'll just do it on the correct instrument this time. Okay, so I'm going to drag a pattern over. I can quantize each note individually, which is often helpful, so you could quantize. But all you have to do is select all your notes, and let's say I want to quantize, 2 quarter notes. I could So I'll just say, okay, let's quantize it to half notes. So I could just say Q, and all the notes are quantized as half notes. So if I wanted to just only quantize these notes to half notes, I could do that as well. But kind of whatever is selected. So let's say if I have everything without anything selected, by default everything gets quantized. So let's say I have it set to half note here. So now everything is quantized to half notes. Or if I wanted to do 64th notes, we could quantize, but let's do something more obvious, say quarter notes, without having anything selected. Or if I only wanted to select, this particular lane, I could shift, double click, and just quantize only the selected event. So you don't have to, in a drum part, quantize multiple events, but let me know if I'm doing it differently. So, you don't have to do each lane individually. So let me know if I'm doing it, if I misunderstand ChairTech. Okay. So you see a comment from Jazz Dude about Native Instruments. So he says, after 12 years, or since when does a VST3 NI decide to upgrade to a crippled version, VST3 version of Contact? It's been closer to 14 years. So, all right. So we have Benjamin checking in from Iran. Thanks for joining the live stream today. All right, so we have it says just a beginner question. What do the orange lines in Razor represent, and what is intersample clipping? Okay, so let me just open up a quick project with Razor where we could open it up. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and open up Razor here on our master bus. So let's see, we see the orange lines at the top here. So I think that's just showing how much limiting is going on. So look at the kind of the transients here. So as we push the gain more. So I think that's dealing with, and I could read up on this just to see how much like protection is going on, because it's a look ahead limiter to make sure that it's not going to be clipping. And what intersample distortion is, and we often hear this term often kind of utilized, you'll hear mastering engineers talk. So let's say if we go down between the sample level. All right, so let's say, where this is one sample, that sometimes you may have clipping in between the sample resolution. So the audio is actually clipping within the sample itself. So that plugin can automatically, take care of intersample clipping. So that's what it's intended to do. Whereas a lot of samplers are based only at the sample level. So if you had one really quick clip within a sample, most of them can't do it because it can't determine that because the highest resolution for the processing is at the sample level. But with intersample dynamics processing, it could go kind of at a finer resolution to take care of that. All right, so we see Mehmed Free from Indonesia. So thanks for joining us. And we have Michael Teams from Weatherford, Texas. All right, we hope your session went well on Tuesday. Thanks for being here. And that probably means the virtual ice cream will begin. And Michael Teams wants everyone to smash the like button, and that allows us to continue to do these live streams. Okay, so we see, hi Greg, question. I want to know why when I change the sample rate of any project and start another one, always wherever, if I press yes or no to change the pitch, timing, just want to figure it out. Thanks. All right. All right, so I'll just do another project here and we'll show sample rate conversion. Okay, so, and we'll listen to our samples here. Just so we have a kind of a harmonic basis of the pitch. All right, so I want to change the sample rate of this project. So what I'm going to do is go to the project menu to project setup. So we're currently at 44.1. I want to switch it to 48K. All right, and it'll ask us, do we want to convert the sample? Do you want to convert the audio files to the new rate? We'll convert. Do we want to keep the source files in the pool directory that, unless you're super hard up and really desperate for hard drive space, keep the original files in case you needed to go back? All right, so does it sample rate? In this question, so think yes, yes, no. Yes, yes, no. We want to keep the audio events at their sample position. So since we changed the sample rate, we're going to choose no. So now when we play it back, all the audio is at 48K. So we'll look here. So we'll see 48K. And as we listen to it now, so we'll just start off. So he hears the same pitch, but all the files are just now at the different sample rate from 44.1 to 48K. Just that easily. So it's literally 4 mouse clicks and you can get it done. All right, so we have Greg Busby checking in from Colorado. Thanks for joining us again. All right, Michael Teams is on the ice cream distribution. All right, we have Jan checking in from Czech Republic. Thanks for being a part of joining us this afternoon or this evening for you. All right, so Greg has a question. Track at minus 4 dB with the VCA for all vocal tracks at minus 4.5 dB. The moment I set an automation point on the track, the fader jumps to minus 8.5, much quieter. How can I automate volume at current track level? All right, so I'm going to just quickly... we'll do new project here, and I'll just generate a test tone so we could see this a little easier. I'll turn this down so... All right, let me just set inputs here quickly. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and record, just get a test tone here at minus 12 dB. Okay. Okay, so now when we play back this particular track, we're going to have it at minus 12 dB. All right, so we look at our mixer, we see minus 12 dB. I'm going to add a VCA to this track. All right, so I'm just going to reread this. So we say vocal tracks at minus 4 dB with the VCA. All vocal tracks at minus 4.5. Okay, so we have our VCA here. Let's say we're going to knock it down minus 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. 4.5. 5. All right, so you can see that as we adjust our VCA here, that this will automatically attenuate the track. So like as we automate, let's say our VCA, so we'll set this to 0. And we have our VCA down. So let me just... So it says, sorry, just jumped on me. Sorry, it just jumped. All right, so here I am. Sorry. So the moment I set an automation point on track, the fader jumps to minus 8.5 dB. So how can I automate the volume at the current track level? So, once it's assigned to the VCA, this VCA is going, so let's go ahead and say we're starting at 0 dB here, and I'm automating. Just don't hit record this time. So let's put this into a quick loop. Okay, so I'm going to automate this track. So say, but now if I automate the VCA this time, sorry, I have punch in, punch out turned on. All right, so we see that the track is going to automate. So this is routed to VCA. So if so if I edited the VCA, we would see that those tracks, like as we would do this, and if I actually write the automation this time to the VCA, so as we're writing our VCA automation, we could see kind of the result from the original track and the VCA here. So it just says the moment I set an automation point on track, the fader jumps to minus 8.5 and much quieter. So you can see that as I just automated the track here, so the track is, this automation lane is for this particular track, but if we have VCAs that have been written, this will still attenuate that based on how much the VCA was carried over. So to kind of see that result is if you click just to the right of the link in the VCA, at that point you could combine the two. So if it's going to a VCA, you could be attenuating it via the VCA and affecting the automation. So, but let me know if I misunderstood. All right, so we see from Nick Keller, hey Greg, I seem to have some automation bug where the volume line isn't showed across the whole automation track in Cubase 12. Have you heard about this? Any fix or setting I'm missing? So the one thing that could be causing that, so if you want to send pictures, but if we go to the automation panel here, it could be that it's in virgin mode for automation. So I'll go ahead and move this up. So if we place... we have this little thing called use virgin territory. So now if I automate a particular event, I can just, like, as we automate this, and as soon as I let go, we'll see that there isn't lines connecting it. So if it's something like that, it could be that the automation mode, when you go into the settings, has changed to virgin territory. So check to make sure. So if that's what it kind of looks like, it could be just set to virgin territory. And then If we go to the operations here, we could say fill gaps on selected tracks. So let's say if I come here and go to the little drop down menu, then if you just choose fill gaps, that will connect the different Virgin Territory automations in this way. It may not like jump to an inadvertent value that you didn't want if you just rewind it. So check to see if it's not a Virgin Territory issue. And again, you could go to the automation panel, and the default keyboard shortcut to open that up is F6. All right, just reading through comments. Thanks for all the great questions. All right, so we have Nick checking in from sunny Essex. All right, so we see Michael Teams is having his internet kind of acting up. So, all right, so we see from Mr. Morpheus, I worked on SSL desks. VU metering is so important in mixing. And on console view, it'd be nice to incorporate VU meters on every track in future. So, if you wanted to, you could just on every track, just, open up the, if you go to the analyzer plugin and go to supervision, and here you could, if you wanted to install, under level, you'll see under signal, you could see your VU meter. So you could just kind of come right over there, and you could pick whether you want it to be dB or dB full scale. So this way, as you put it on, you could put this on every track. If you wanted to have a VU meter on every single track, you could use that as well. I used to work on SSLs, and I don't miss VU meters. But to each his own. I think that the new metering options are, give you more information. All right. All right, so we have Robert Bridges checking in from Chorley in the UK. Thanks. So Carwin Young is on from Atlanta. Thanks for joining us, and he's just indicating that Razor is an excellent limiter. So. All right, does Cubase have a beat repeater? So let's go ahead and, I'm not sure if it's like a MIDI repeater type of function, but let's go ahead and just open up a quick instrument track. All right, let me just get a different sound source here. Okay, so I'll just take this snare. So all right, so if I wanted to come over, one of the MIDI inserts that you could do is just like a MIDI echo. So if you wanted to come here, so I just hit it once, and we could adjust pitch as well. So if you wanted to, so just hit the MIDI note once, and we could have different delays. So say I want to be, and we could have the pitch kind of automatically go down as well. So let me know if that's the type of function that you're looking for. Okay, so we see what's the difference between regular Cubase and Cubase Pro. So there's actually, there's a Cubase LE and Cubase AI. So Cubase LE and AI or OEM versions. So LE comes with third-party hardware and AI comes with Steinberg and Yamaha hardware. Then there's Elements, Artist, and Pro. So as we kind of go from, so I'm not sure which one is regular Cubase to you versus Pro. But as you go on, you get more tracks, more inputs and output buses. Also, you'll have, more plugins, more capabilities. Like Artist will come with Very Audio. You'll have more scoring capabilities that come in the Pro version, surround sound, Dolby Atmos mixing. If you go to the Steinberg website, there's a pretty detailed comparison. So we'll take a quick look. Just close this out. So as soon as you go to Steinberg.net, we can say, okay, let's go to Cubase. And then just go to the comparison. And here you could compare all the different, what's in Cubase Pro versus Cubase LE, AI, Elements. So you could get a really good sense of highlights, general features. So it's a pretty detailed comparison. So you can see what effects, virtual instruments, mixing capability, sequencing, composing, general. So just go to Steinberg.net, and I think you go to Steinberg.net/Cubase, and then you could see the detailed comparison there. Okay, so we see Radar the band on. So thanks for joining us today. All right, so we see Michael Team's session on Tuesday went well. It says now the song is up to 41 guitar tracks. That's good. I hope someone else is paying you for that. So more tracks you add, more money you get. All right, so we have a question from Dave from Dallas, Texas. Is it possible to extract MIDI data by channel to separate tracks? I have a multi-track channel sequence made on an Sonic workstation. So what you'd have to do is to, on that particular MIDI channel, you'll see your MIDI channels here. So let's say, okay, I have a MIDI track. Okay, so where you see the channel, you want to set that to any, as opposed to channelizing it on channels 1 through 16. So a track that's set to any can play back all 16 MIDI channels. So you'll probably see, and this will be a type 0 MIDI file. So you want to select the event, go to MIDI, and at that point you'll see dissolve part. So it's kind of grayed out now. Let me just get it on something. I'll just do it on a part so you can kind of see the function a little clearer. Okay, so we'll select the track once it's been set to MIDI channel any, then go to MIDI. You'll see dissolve part, and then you'll see separate channels. So this isn't set up that way, but once you have it set to MIDI channel any, at this point, choose separate channels and then hit process, and that will split each MIDI channel into its own track. So that could separate it for you. See, Michael Pierce's his answer for any 3-part question is yes, yes, no. So it's like and in America we have the SAT, which is like the standardized test for getting into college, and there's always like, if you didn't know the answer, guess C. So it probably didn't make any difference. So. Sorry, my chat field jumped on me, so let me find where I was. Okay, so we have from Amos Productions. It says, what is the reason as to why when I quantize Cubase 5, it still goes unquantize in laptop for Windows 10? So let's say if we have, let me just put in some random MIDI events here. I'll turn snap off. All right, so let's say if I quantize all the events, so just make sure I'm understanding the question, okay? So I'll just set my quantized value to whole notes. All right, so say I quantized, so when I quantize Cubase 5, it still goes unquantize in the laptop. So if you mean, like, I'm not sure if it's like when you come over here to undo quantize or unquantize, or where you're seeing the unquantize. But I'm not sure if, if Cubase 5 is actually compatible with Windows 10 as well. So let me know if I'm misunderstanding that. I think I am. Sorry. All right, so we see Mr. Morpheus, does Cubase need calibrating like a desk? No, it's going to, give you consistent results all the time, so you don't have to calibrate the desk or calibrate tape machines like the old day. So, see, Michael Teams just says, you talk about high track counts, like he had to do. And we see Michael Pierce has had to do 138 tracks for a 12-second section of vocal, and Michael Teams is saying there's a lot of tracks on the 2 Hot Mess CDs. So I think I contributed just one single bass track, but I think there's some pitch shifting and octavers applied to some of the tracks. So. See John Costigan saying after 60 years of playing large guitar track counts, he's considering learning how to play. So it's always good. All right, so we see Peter K says, when punching in audio, is there a way to set an automatic crossfade? All right, so let's say if we punch in, during the playback portions, if we come over here, we could just say, so a lot of times you may not want an automatic crossfade, but you could have to the point where every time we make let's say if I make a cut here in an audio event, and let's say and this punch in caused an ever so slight pop or crackle. One of the things you could do is enable the real-time plays to the fades. And what this will do is at the end of every clip, we can just add an auto fade in and an auto fade out of 10 milliseconds. So at this point, you could choose your fade and choose different crossfades if necessary. So at this point, Cubase you won't see it visually, but it will automatically do small fades at the beginning and end of every single audio transition. So you could just simply turn on the auto fade settings if you don't want to do it. Otherwise, you could just hit the letter X and that will do a crossfade for you. All right, so we have a question about the algorithm in Cubase. What's the difference between the standard algorithm and the Elastic Pro? What am I supposed to use for a whole mixed beat for vocals for the highest quality? Thanks. Each algorithm could perform differently on different material. So, the Elastic are probably the more highly regarded algorithms for doing like real-time stretching and pitch shifting of audio. So if you're slowing down tempos, pretty drastically, a lot of people like the Elastic, and they're probably considered industry standards for time stretching, like real-time time stretching algorithms. But you may have, if you don't like the sound of something, then just experiment with other algorithms and see how it sees. It could really depend upon the source material as you do it. But a lot of times, people will just leave it in default Elastic, and that, we keep the previous algorithms for compatibility with previous generations of projects. So that's why we often still have the other algorithms for the pitch shifting and time stretching, such as the standard and solo mode. All right, so we see a question from Michael Pierce. I know Virgin Territories is an old feature, but what actually happens between the sections of automation? So it will stay at the same value, but you could just simply, if you wanted to just move a fader or move a control surface and not have to write it in between different values. So it won't change anything, but you could make a manual adjustment without having to overwrite the automation and still have the automation at a critical point. So it's not going to change anything, but you can manually change it without writing automation. And still, for the critical point where you need that particular automation, it will go right back to that particular value. All right. So we see a question. Hello, Greg. Is there a recommended configuration article about purchasing a Windows computer, such as AMD versus Intel, and file placement on a 2-drive system, etc.? Thanks. So a lot of times we don't necessarily at Steinberg, we don't get every, Intel and AMD don't send every single processor. Every motherboard company doesn't send every processor. If you go, I think Jazz Dude has done a lot of work setting up like different AMD systems for people, and he gets great results from that. But if you often, I know people will often go to like a PC, like DAW builder and look at all the components that they use and mimic that. And usually by the time they do it and spend 14 hours, realize it's like going through copying someone else's system configurations. By the time you put it together with your own time, you may not win and come out ahead financially, but a lot of people do that. But, go on to different user forums. There's a hardware section on the Steinberg forums, and you can say, hey, I'm thinking of getting this, or, can people offer a recommendation? And it's probably better to get the recommendation from people that have actually used the different components. So, but I know Jazz Dude does a lot of work with the Ryzen processors. See, John Costing has a great quote. If you hear the D Dorian scale followed by D flat major pentatonic, that's probably the janitor wiping the keys. Yeah. Or it's a bass player trying to play keyboard. All right. I say that as a bass player. All right. So we see Michael Pierce recorded his 4-year-old boss's daughter. So sounds like fun. All right, Michael Teams wants people to whack the like button. All right, so we see from Mr. Morpheus, we applaud you, Greg. Thank you for these seminars. No other DAW company does this. So I think some have tried and they have kind of given up because they realize it's hard. It takes a lot of work, but I think it's worth it for the user community. All right, so Peter just says just his comment, maybe it's a question, we'll see. Maybe something interesting that I discovered. I could not figure out how to automate the amplitude ADSR envelope in the sampler. You can't just turn on the track right and modify the envelope graphic. The trick is you have to go to the quick controls on the left panel, then click on options and scroll down to find the amplifier ADSR options. Then you can automate that. Woo. All right, so just so people could see this, let's say we go to our sampler track. All right, so let's say if I was just playing this back here quickly. All right, so just try here. And let's say. All right, so and if we come over here to the quick controls, that we could see kind of all of the different amplifier and automatable parameters. Right here is quick controls. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. So Nick is saying, is the like button looking at you funny? I'd give it a whack. So. All right, so we have Uno Momento checking in from Lake Saimaa in Finland. It's 30 degrees Celsius during the day. Not at all common in Finland, but in recent years this has happened. So enjoy the nice weather before it gets really cold and the days get shorter. All right, so we see, hi Greg from Montenegro. Can the big loudness meter on the right panel show colors that I set in preferences? It only shows on track faders. All right, so when we come over, let's take a look. Just play back a different track here. Okay, so when we go to our meters and we see our loudness meter here, so let's say we're playing our project. Okay, so if we wanted to customize those, so when we customize the colors in the editor, so this changed I think in 11.1 or 11.2. So let's come over to the preferences and let's go to our metering appearance. So when we click here, we can notice that we will have different settings. So while we look at our meter preference here, this will be for the channel. But let's say if we wanted to go to our loudness meters, that if we wanted to change the color here, so now if we hit apply, let's see if I'm in the right. Not sure which one I'm in, but yeah. So the default one is so select the loudness full scale +9, and then you could change the metering appearance. So when you come here, you could go to just the channel meter and set the colors, but for each of the different metering types, you could set your own color scales just in case you get bored. So if I wanted to get back to my defaults, so make sure that you go to the preferences, to the metering appearance, and then make sure that it's set to the LUFS +9, and then you could change it and see it reflected there. That way each meter could have its own colors. So let me know if that helps. Okay, reading through comments. Thanks for all the great questions. Right, we see Jazz Dude just mentioning new AMD processor coming out towards the end of August. Be interesting. All right, so we see from Eric Douglas DePaul, every time I load Howling and Sonic, it loads with an instrument. I've tried to reset to default, but still loads. So let's come over here. I'll take a look at, I'll do Howling and Sonic, see if mine loads up a default instrument. All right, so mine doesn't, but if you click to, get rid of this, let's say if we had a default instrument that was loaded up, and if this was our default mode, what we could do is kind of right click here, and then you could clear the plugin instance and then save as default. So let me know if, and just kind of right clicking just in this little area here directly below like the Howling and Sonic logo, and then you just choose to clear and then right click and save as default. And then I think it should load as without a default instrument every single time. So let me know if that's the approach that you took for it. All right, we see Graham Witcher from Royal Wooten Bassett is going to be popping in and out today. So thanks for joining us. All right, so we see a question. I'm about to get a preamp. I have a Rode NT1 going into an Apollo Twin. My question is there any configuration that has to be done in Cubase, and what's your recommendation for a clean preamp? Thanks. It could really vary depending on what you're going through. I think a lot of times that the preamps in audio interfaces, I think your Apollo Twin probably has a preamp, and if you're not, so I'm not sure if you're not happy with that, maybe you could get one that has, some preamps are designed to be clean and some are designed to be colored. So it depends if you want it, a particular type of sound that you're looking for. But, I would say, like I use the, I have like an AXR4 interface, the USB one that Steinberg makes, and I also have other preamps, from different companies, and I tend just to use the preamp in the interface for convenience and being able to set gain structure remotely. So, if you're not happy with your Apollo Twin, figure out what makes you not happy about it, and then, maybe go from there and do some research based on that. But, there's a lot of great sounding, inexpensive mic preamps now. But, if you have a bad singer, your vocals still won't turn out great regardless of what preamp you have, unfortunately. All right, so we see, how does one save up channel presets and recall them in the drag and drop fashion for fast audition? So really all you have to do is, let's say we have our channel strip here. Let's say we've added some inserts. So let's say, okay, I wanted this to be a destroyer on a kick. I wanted to do like a 10-band graphic EQ. And let's say, an octaver. So let's say this is my my drums. I want this as my kick drum. So we'll just come here and I'll right click and we'll say save track preset. So I'll call it Diamond District Kick and hit OK. So now I'll get rid of these particular plugins. All right, so I will come over to my media bay and say I wanted to go to user presets, track presets, audio. All right, so here's my Diamond District Studio. So all I have to do now is just drag that over. You see that if I wanted to create a new track, I could drag it where we see the green line between our tracks. But if I wanted to drag it to an existing track, I would just drag it where we see the arrow, the green arrow in the middle of our kick track there. And then all of the different settings would automatically be recalled. So if I wanted to create a new track based on that, I could just say, okay, this is my vocal setup. This is the studio guitar amp. And I'll just drag that over, and then you could have everything kind of set up that way. So once we have everything set up, right-click, save track preset. We could load a track preset here, but if you want to do drag and drop, come over to user presets, track presets, audio, and then you'll see all the presets. And again, just come right over there and drag it and drop right to the track just that easily. All right, so I just see questions. Can anybody tell me what he's doing? So, so I know it's probably a while ago, but if you could describe what it was, we could still, I'm sure, figure it out how to do it. So, all right, so we have the artist known as Love checking in from New York, and he says he hit the like button, so that's great. Thanks for joining and being a part of the live stream today. All right, we see Michael Pierce enjoyed his 10 days in Cornwall on his holiday. I think he went up for his boss's wedding, if I'm not mistaken. All right, so we just see, can you make a stream for mixing and mastering rap songs in Adobe Audition? So since I work for Steinberg, I don't use Adobe Audition. So, but maybe you could reach out to someone on Adobe and see if they have live streams going on. So, but I wouldn't really show a competitive product. So we're here showing Steinberg products. So, you can check out streams on Wavelab that we've done. All right, so we have a question. Hi, Greg. How do you use tempo detection properly? I had to use it on a rap vocal, and I couldn't figure out how to correct the beats the detection got wrong without messing up the rest of the tempo. So a lot of times if you're doing it on a vocal, like, you'd probably want something more rhythmic. So like vocals often don't define the beat. It could depend on the material, of course, but if you needed to make tweaks and changes after the fact, so let's say if I'm here and I'm going to do a tempo detection of this, and let's say I need to tweak it. So I go to my project to tempo detection, and we'll analyze. And let's say I'm going to listen to it here. So as we listen to it, we can say, okay, it's on the off beat. And so I'm just going to click on off beat correction. So if I need to make a change, what it does is after it does the tempo detection, it automatically places you into the warp grid editor. So at this point, we can say, this beat should actually be here. And we could move the beats once we're in this particular tool just to find kind of where the downbeat is accordingly. So at this point, we could just go through and move the downbeats based to different musical cues if necessary. So, and then once you do that and we have this button turned on, this will automatically kind of redo the analysis from that point forward based on the AI, the information that you provided for it. So you just come here, and then it will just kind of do. So after the tempo detection, it will automatically place you directly into warp grid mode to make adjustments if necessary. All right, so we have a question, 44.1, 24-bit, or 48, 32-bit. So you could use 32-bit floating point processing, and you could use 32-bit processing. If you do 32-bit integer recording, so let's say if we want it to go to, our project setup, I think we'll see it there, but... and we could choose 32-bit float. So that will work with 24-bit converters. If you have a 32-bit converter, such as the Steinberg URC interfaces or the AXR4, then you could set 32-bit, but the vast majority of audio interfaces don't capture a 32-bit integer based. So. All right, so we have a question. After the last update, my Cubase 12 started crashing when I changed the frequency from 44.1 to 48. Do you have a report of similar problem from other users? So we haven't. A lot of times it could be maybe if you could let us know like which interface you have and if the interface itself is properly switching sample rates, or if you're connected to an external clock, that could be other aspects that could cause problems as you switch sample rates. Like if the internal clock of your audio interface is not set to switch when Cubase switches it. So check some of those things out. See, Reverend Carter makes a great point. The mic in the space you record in plays a bigger part of the sound than the preamp. I think sometimes it's really easy to think that if I buy this one piece of gear, it's going to solve all of my problems. And there's many companies that are willing to market that concept very well. So, but I found people that get great recordings don't worry necessarily about the gear, and they just get a great performance with a great musician, and everything tends to work out. Okay, so I have a question. If I'm given tracks that are 44.1, should I mix in 48 and convert them? I don't think you'll gain anything by doing that. So I think, unless the artist is specifically asking for you to deliver everything in 48K, I mean, you could always take your final project and export it at 48K, but I would keep it, why have unnecessary conversion? There's lots of artists, last time I was talking with Zed and Skinny at his camp in Arcady, they're all doing 24-bit 44.1 still. So, and they're like, yeah, if I was doing something like really, like recording a symphony orchestra or like Alison Krauss, I would do higher sample rates, but but this is fine. So I think you're fine to stay at 44.1. All right, so just see question. Hi, Greg. I'm having a hard time selecting a loop range in the media tab preview. Can you please show me how to do that? All right, so let's take a look. All right, so what I just did is I just went here at the top, and you'll see that it'll turn into a pencil in the media preview. So now when I play, it'll just play back this particular region. So you could just kind of come. So you'll see that the tool will turn into a pencil tool once you're kind of at the top here, and then just kind of drag, hold down the left mouse button and drag, and then you could create the loop point. So let me know if you're doing it differently than that. All right, so we see, guys, is there a way to change the font size in the mixer track names? I don't like it when I can't read the whole track name. So, it could depend if you need to see more, mixer track names. So it could be, just zooming. You could see more information. I think, so let me just put a long track name here. And I think that this wasn't on the Windows platform for a long time, but you could have two rows. But if it's if the text is too small, it's not adjustable. But you could try adjusting your screen resolution. So like if you're on the Windows platform and you go to the Cubase preferences, we could do scaling on the Windows. So if you go to General, you could enable high DPI. So sometimes people are running really large resolutions, and you could enable high DPI, but also you'll see high DPI scaling modes. So you could adjust the scaling, and that will make everything a little bigger as well. So give that a shot. Okay, so I have a question. How do you apply the same color to multiple audio tracks like drum tracks at the same time? Okay. So first thing we want to do is to select those particular drum tracks. So let's say we'll come. I'll just revert. So I'm going to select the drum tracks. So I'll just select the top one and select the bottom one. I'm pressing the shift key down. All the tracks are selected. I go to the color tool. So select the color tool here, and then I could just change all my tracks accordingly. So select all the tracks, go to the color tool, and then click on the color palette, and you could change just like that. Thanks for all the great questions. If you've learned something, make sure you do hit the like button. Okay, reading through comments. Yeah, and when you do this for the multi-track, Michael Pierce adds a great point. Make sure that you don't have one particular event selected, so make sure no events are selected. Otherwise, the selected event will be changed and not all of the tracks that you want. All right. So we just see kind of further comment on the mic pre says, and the Apollo says, I also he knows about the Apollo and he has a Neve plugin, but I want a real piece of great that has DC on it. I'm thinking to buy Neve 1073 ADS. So, one thing that you might want to check out, a great mic pre that's often kind of overlooked is I have one. Just the Audient. It has like an 8-channel mic pre that's very inexpensive for the quality, so that might be one to look into as well. All right, so we see a question. Why is it if I have over 25 tracks, my performance meter keeps jumping? So, it could really vary depending on, if you have 25 tracks and one of the tracks has 16 insert plugins on it. So in a case like that where you have, 10 to 16 inserts on a particular track, that track is only utilizing one CPU core. That's how kind of multi-processing works. If you have one instrument that you're running multiple tracks on, like, say you have a copy of a sampler plugin and you're running 12 instruments in one instance, that could many instruments may only utilize one CPU core for that, as opposed to spreading out the CPU cores. So, take a look at how you're allocating your plugin processing to see if maybe you're overloading one core, which could bring everything down in your system, or how the processing is kind of spread out, or if you're using multi-timbral instruments, like, in Halion or Groove Agent, we could just come over and choose to allocate the CPU cores in the instruments themselves. So if I wanted to come over here to Halion Sonic SE, that when we go to options, that we could activate multi-core within the particular plugin. So if you had like 8 instruments and we didn't have the multi-core activated, that could be only utilizing one CPU and make your computer's audio performance kind of climb higher than you think. All right. So we see a question from Gerald Ely. Glad you can make it. From Martinez, California, I believe. So his question is there a way to rename a track and have it apply to all the parts without having to use the logical editor that is? Okay, so let's say if I have multiple parts here, let's say on my bass, and what I'm going to do is type in the name. So we'll type in Gerald. And I'm going to hold down, I think it's Control or Command, and hit Enter. And now that will automatically rename all of the parts like that. So again, type in the name. Hold down Control or Command and then hit Enter. or return, and then all the events will be renamed. So let me know if that's what you want to do, Gerald. Thanks for the question. Hope you're doing well. And thanks for being on the live stream today. All right, so we see, is it possible to assign MIDI CCs to knobs using MIDI remote? So, usually the MIDI remote is going to take incoming MIDI CCs and then assign particular functions in the program dependent upon those MIDI CCs. So I don't know if you actually need, if you wanted to record MIDI CCs into an instrument or a MIDI track. So let's say if I'm just recording notes in a MIDI track here, I'm just armed for record, and I'll play some MIDI notes. I'm going to move my modulation wheel up and down. Okay, so, the MIDI CCs are actually just being recorded as part, in the program. So, the instrument's going to respond to, modulation or expression. So you don't need to assign it to a MIDI control parameter. So if you so the MIDI remote would take an incoming MIDI CC and then convert that into a program function. But if you wanted to just capture the CCs, just record it as MIDI data. So you could actually have if I wanted to assign, these first 4 faders to be CCs and the next 4 to be, quick controls 1 through 4, we could assign just the last 4 faders to be used as quick controls and the other ones just to transmit MIDI CCs that would be captured. So let me know if you need to actually have MIDI CCs, for changing the sounds in an instrument, or you needed the CCs to control parameters. So if it is to control parameters, then you would, just do that here. But if you wanted to record like expression or volume or modulation, then there's no need to go through the MIDI remote. So let me know if that makes sense. All right, so we see a question, is it possible to do the same thing for the transpose audio tab on the info line? Okay, so let's say if I want it to come here. I'm not sure if this could be done. So I don't think direct control for the transpose on the info line from that. There may be a way to, let's see if I have if I have it set up. Yeah, that doesn't seem like it's designed as an automatable parameter for that. But you might be able to do something, just seeing if I'll try just doing this for an AI knob. Yes, I don't know a way to do that. Sorry about that. I'll mention that. See, Best Green Jesus just saying that's a really cool feature for tempo detection. Amazing. So. Okay, reading through different comments here. All right, so we have a question. Every time I import MIDI files into my template, it doesn't load the tempo information and such. I have to make a new project. Is there a way to make it work? So I would come over to Preferences, and I think this is I'm trying to get clarification on why this is, but if we go to MIDI file, and then you'll probably see ignore master track events on merge. So uncheck ignore master track events, and then the tempo information from the standard MIDI file will be imported right along with it. For some reason that's on by default. I've tried to get clarification if there's particular reasoning on that and haven't, but if you make that one change, again, to preferences, to under MIDI to MIDI file, and uncheck ignore master track events on merge, then the tempo will automatically be imported. Okay, reading through more comments. See more suggestions for mic pre's coming in for H2 Music Official. All right, so you see a question. Is Steinberg working on an option like moving and deleting tracks from any mixer windows? So I know that they are aware of the feature. So I know it's kind of, I'm not sure, when it'll be implemented. But I know they want, they're aware of people's and customers' desires for that. So I was hoping it would be in by now, but it hasn't been implemented. So. All right, so we see, hi Greg, thanks as usual. Is it possible to set the Cubase channel strip permanently as pre-inserts? Thanks in advance. So I don't think it's a way to set it defaultly. So, and for those not familiar with this, if you start off with a template, each of the templates can be set up and that information can be stored. But for those people who aren't aware, if we have like processing that's going on as inserts, and we have processing going on in a channel strip, if we wanted to kind of flip their order, that we could just click right here. Now the channel strip comes to the signal before the inserts, and if we wanted the inserts to come before the channel strip, but we could save that as a track preset, but that may not save you that much time. But if you have all those tracks loaded in a template, at that point when you open up and start with a template, all of those settings can be preserved within the template. All right, so we have a question. How do I get nudge functions to work using the arrow keys to move a MIDI clip? I tried the key command, but it still won't move. Cubase Pro 12. All right, so let me open up project with some MIDI in it. Okay, so let's say I think my nudge is just going to be like control and left and right arrow to do this. So, you know, as we're doing this, let's make sure that like when we go to our nudge, you know, we could activate the nudge here. So try it with, so we'll open up the nudge palette. All right, so I just kind of expanded this over. So if we wanted to open up the nudge palette, you know, select the event and make sure that the nudge is actually functioning like here. And we could have this choose to link, you know, and by how much, like if it's set to, it may be set to something like, okay, a 64th note. And if you click, you may not seem like it's doing anything. You may see the values here in the info line. But if the value here is, let's say, to a measure, or if it's set to link to grid, we could say, okay, I wanted this to nudge by bars. And now as we nudge, it's going to nudge that factor over by bars. And I think the default keyboard shortcuts are control, left, and right. And you could just nudge based on that. And new in 12, if you wanted to nudge, let's say our master timeline is in bars and beats, but you wanted to nudge like, you know, by, you know, 10 milliseconds, you could just come over here. If we zoom in, we could nudge at different scale, different time divisions other than the master time. So let me know if, you know, if your nudge factor, try setting it to link to grid and then maybe set it to bar. And then you should see, you know, try a higher resolution and see if you see it when you move the different events around, if it's obvious that the functionality is working. If you click here, you may not see the nudging show up. If the nudge is activated, you may see these three little dots and extend that over to the right. And then you could nudge using the arrows here. And if it works here, but not with the key command, then check the key command, but you know that the function is kind of working as expected. Okay, so we see a question from Jet Lee. Is there a quick way to assign all my faders to VCA faders? It seems Q-Link didn't work for this. So the fastest way is if you want multiple tracks to all be assigned to VCA, I'll select them here, right-click, select Add Track, and then select VCA fader to selected channels. And now when we go to our mix console, we'll see our newly created VCA just like that. So select the tracks, and then it's not a quick link function, but right click, add track, and then VCA faders to selected tracks. So let me know if that does a trick for you. All right, and just reading a question again about the nudge. So make sure that the correct key command is set. So let's show you how to find that. So I'm just going to type the name of the function. It would be just nudge left. And we'll see this under the nudge category. So you have nudge left and nudge right. And so check those key commands there. Okay, so we have a question. Can you please guide on dotted quantize? Okay. Okay, so I'll just switch this over to my drum editor quickly. All right, so let's say I have a series of 16th notes in. Okay, now I wanted to quantize these particular notes to a dotted value. Okay, so let's say I wanted to do a dotted eighth note. So now when I hit Q, you can see that the dotted eighth note quantize will automatically just quantize accordingly like that. So, and if you're not familiar with what like a dotted quantized value is, all you'd have to do is, let's say if we switch this to bars and beats, like a dotted so at this point we could just like rhythmically see so like this note would be 1.5 beats long, and then you could have a note that would be like half a beat long. So that would be like a dotted quarter. So, but you can kind of quantize apparently, that way. All right, reading through comments. All right, so a question, just okay, so the question we see is when will Pad Shop and other synths be M1 native? When I open Pad Shop in Ableton, it runs in Rosetta mode. So the standalone Pad Shop isn't the one that comes inside of Cubase is. So, they're gradually migrating the instruments over for M1 native compatibility and the new licensing. So Pad Shop hasn't been part of that process yet, but it has already been, implemented for Groove Agent and Backbone. So I think we'll, I know that they're working on migrating all the other ones over, but I think that, will be coming, it's in the works. I don't want to give a date just in case it gets backed up because I'm not involved with the development cycles. But currently we have, all the plugins running in Cubase are Groove Agent and Backbone. So. See Gerald Ely says, thanks guys, just what I need to step off. He has a court battle between a neighbor and his landlord, and he has to give testimony. Well, that sounds like fun. You could be just a great winner either way in that scenario. So good luck with that. All right. So we have a question from Steve in Manchester, UK. I have an old Alesis SR16 drum machine. Is there a way of grabbing the onboard voices and importing them into Groove Agent, but not audio MIDI? So, you'd have to record it as audio because, the sound source itself is, being generated directly into, so, Cubase can send a MIDI message to the SR16. The SR16 is going to generate the sound, and the sound comes out of the audio output. So if you're clever, you could make, a MIDI file, and lots of people do like a sampling MIDI file where they'll just take a particular file here. And send it out to your SR16 where it's done. So, and make a MIDI part. And you could kind of automate this whole process if you wanted to do internal sampling. And I'll just set this as like a drum editor. And you could do this in the full version of Groove Agent very easily. So you can say, okay, I want one note, and we'll just say like every whole note. And then if you wanted to sample, you could just kind of grab this and say, okay, we want low velocities to high velocities. Or we'll just say low to high. So now as you play the sound, and you could do this for every single note, copy this pattern, say I want to copy 8 velocity levels, give pause between each one. So let's say, okay, now I want C sharp notes. I want, D's, and so we could just kind of come over here and set up one MIDI file. So it plays, it generates a sound, leaves space in between. This is just example. And then record it as audio in real time. Then you have all the audio files in. Once you have the audio kind of rendered, at that point, you could then just drop the samples right into Groove Agent. But you'd have to record it as audio because, recording as MIDI is just, all the sounds and samples reside in the board. So it has to be captured as audio because Alesis, wasn't kind enough to give away all of their hard work with doing the sampling for it easily. So, all right. So Mike Rivera asks, I'm not familiar with all the stock plugins, but is there a plugin similar to Output's Portal VST? I'm on Cubase 12 Pro. Thanks, Greg, for your experience. Unfortunately, the inverse is true for me, so I'm not familiar with Output's Portal. But maybe, Mike, if you could indicate and tell us what Output's Portal VST does, then I might be able to see if there's kind of a similar functioned plugin inside of Cubase. Okay, so... All right, so we see, can the logical editor to take a session from Superior Drummer 3, render it, and then split some stereo to mono, delete the right channel, and then move those track to the drum group in my template? So let's see if I can get something set up. So I'll just record an audio track here. So we could do some of it, but let's take a look. I'll just add some more audio tracks. So let's say if I'm recording and I'm here and I'll start recording here. Okay, so let's say I have a number of recordings going on. Okay. All right. So let's say I have stereo recordings. So I'm not sure. I assume it's going to be audio. So let's say this has been rendered, and we showed kind of how to render it before if they're all split. Okay, so let's say if we want to delete the right channels here, so this may not be able to be executed in a macro because there's processing that has to be involved. But let's say if I go to project and here I want to convert tracks, and I'll say multi-channel to mono on these particular tracks. Okay, so let's say on these I want to so we could set up maybe 2 project logical editor templates or settings. So let me come over here to the project. So let's say first I want to, we'll do 2 steps of this, and you could tie this in a macro. So let's say I want to delete tracks that have _R in the name. So we'll choose to delete. We'll say name contains _R. Okay, so now every channel that we split is now has like an _R. So if I did this right, now all of those tracks are deleted. I could take names. So if we know what the drum names are at this point, so we could save that as a preset and then save this next one as a preset. And at that point, put those 2 in the macro. So I'll just save this as a preset. Sorry, let me just. Okay, so we will undo that function. Okay. All right, and then my next command is, let's say I have a drum bus. So I'm going to add a group track. And we could do this by specific names or names, if we wanted to. But now I'll just, for expediency's sake, I will say transform, and we want to take container types are equal to tracks, and property is set to event is selected, and here we want to think track operation, connect output to drums. Okay. And I'm going to save this. Okay. So now that I've saved both of those presets, what I could do is let's build a macro. So we'll go to key commands. To new, and we'll call it. Okay, so we'll come now to our Project Logical Editor presets. So we'll go to Process, Project Logical Editor. Okay, so we'll add this function. Okay, I'm just going to get my name from it quickly here. Okay. So come here and we'll say get to our Project Logical Editor presets. Okay, and selected tracks. To drum bus. Okay, so let's say we will try this and see if it works. Okay, so all the tracks with R are gone and they're all now mapped to the drum bus. So, and let's see if we tie in the convert tracks. So let's see if we could convert all of our tracks here and put that in the front of the macro. Okay, so let's see if we I'll just change the routing here on all these tracks. All right, so they're now all going out of the stereo out. All right, so I'll take like these tracks and let's see if we could put that one step in front, if that will still work. May not. Yep, that worked. So So again, we'll come over to the Project Logical Editor presets. So let's go to the Project Logical Editor and we'll go Setup. So this will be, we want to say transform, container type is equal to track, property is set to selected, and then we want to output those tracks to drums. We want to, and also delete name contains an _R as our delete tracks with like _R in the name. And then we tie this together in a macro. So in key commands. And we said audio convert tracks, multi-channel to mono. We'll process tracks. We want to delete the tracks with the _R in the name after it's been split. And then we want to take the selected tracks and route them to drum bus. So we'd have to have a bus that's created and named, and then we could set that up. So let me know if that's helpful, Mikal. I don't know if it's Mikal or Michelle, sorry. All right. All right, so we have Ed Pacheco checking in from Massachusetts. Thanks for joining. All right, so we just see I'm trying to default my inputs for mono when I start a new project. I could go and into the audio setup and remove the stereo bus, then add mono on the next new project. They seem to come back as stereo. So I think that the routing, it could be saved per per project. So that could be unique for each project, but if you wanted to just come in and just, like as we add audio tracks, we could just choose them to be mono right here. Let me just make sure. And then like once you get to the add track, you could just say, okay, I want these all to be mono in one. And then you could just, add accordingly. So you could just add your 10 audio tracks and the mono in, and the mono track would just be added like that. So let me know if that is helpful. So you could just do it from the add tracks dialog if you want. And then as you could add, multiples in the count, if that speeds it up for you. Okay, so we have a question. What are the most common uses for the quick control? Still not sure how to utilize the feature. So, we can think of it as like kind of two steps often. So if we have an instrument and we load up a particular sound, so let's say I wanted to go to like a synth pad. I'll come over and we'll go to whispering pad. So often we will have 8 sounds that we can use that are kind of the 8 top parameters that we could use to change the sound of particular instruments. Do something a little more obvious here. All right, so when I wanted to come here and change that sound, I could just activate the quick controls. So now these 8 parameters, I can just quickly adjust. Now, if it was for an audio track, I could come over here and let's load up just a quick control preset. So I say, okay, I want volume pan. So now when I pull up my quick controls, at this point, I could adjust the volume, panning with my second knob, my EQ, my low cut filter. I could turn on and adjust the frequency, or the high cut filter. We could enable and adjust the frequency like so. And then, we could have, okay, I want this to be like aux, send level 1 and 2. So if I added effects here, so these just allow you to quickly control different aspects, because a lot of interfaces, MIDI controllers will have 8 knobs, and now I could just come over here and adjust, relevant parameters very fast right here. So that's what the quick controls, so they could be used for synthesizers. You could define your own parameters for quick controls, but it allows you to quickly take 8 knobs on your controller and map those to like the most relevant parameters for the particular track or instrument or plugin. Okay, so we see my pitch bend and mod wheel are not working anymore. That's why I was asking if it's possible to assign them to knobs that are working. All right, so if you have, let's say you have your pitch bend isn't working anymore. So what we could do is on a particular, so it's not necessarily through the MIDI remote to do that, but what we could do is, let's say we go to a MIDI instrument, and let's say I will just disable my MIDI remote script for my Choy Sauce controller here real quick. So let me just. So what we can do is actually just kind of remap. I'll just go delete it here real quick. It's going to take me a second to rebuild it. All right, so let's say I have other knobs on my controller. So I will just come and we're going to figure out what MIDI CCs they're transmitting. So let's say I want it to take my MIDI monitor here. So let's say this is controller 8, this knob, my last knob, and my second to last knob is controller 7. Excuse me. All right, so I'm going to go to my MIDI input transformer. And we can make this global or on the track. So let's say we'll make it for the project. And we'll open up the panel. So I want to take MIDI CC8. And let's say I want to turn this into MIDI CC1. Okay, so I'm going to take my MIDI CC8 messages, and we're going to take value 1 and subtract 7. So 8 minus 7 is 1. Okay, so we'll say, so now when we come over here with the MIDI, and we can save that as a preset. So I'll go to my MIDI monitor. When I move CC8, it's now transmitting MIDI CC1. Okay. So, and when we want to turn MIDI CC7 into MIDI volume, I'll go to module 2. And we want to say we want to take type. We'll say, sorry, let's say type is equal to controller. And value 1 of that controller is equal to CC7. And then we want to switch this to pitch bend. Okay, so now channel 8 is transmitting, so we could have channel 8 transmit CC1, and channel 7 is now transmitting pitch bend. So just do it within the input transformer, and then you could have multiple transformers. Sorry, did that wrong. So let me just reset this. So, but that's how we could do it. So let me just remove this again. We'll start from scratch. So let's say, so we're going to say CC8. So we're going to choose transform. Insert type is equal to controller. Value 1 of the controller is set to CC8, and we want to subtract our value 1 by 7. Okay, so now my CC8 is transmitting controller 1, and we'll go to channel 2 now. So we're going to have CC7 transform. So insert type is equal to so say type is equal to controller, and value 1, which controller it is equal to channel 7. And let's change that into type is equal to pitch bend. All right, so now channel 8 is transmitting channel 1. Channel 7 is now transmitting pitch bend. So if I recorded data on this particular track, so moving fader 8, I'm moving fader 1, fader 8, fader 7 rather. So now when I look at the part, it will just record my modulation and my pitch bend. So we'll click here, and we can see the modulation and pitch bend. So set up, you can have up to 4 of these, but you want to say, transform whatever the controller is, and you need to subtract that to go to modulation. So what, if it's spitting out controller 10, you subtract 9. And then we want to say we're going to take whatever MIDI CC value you have and then convert that to, and you would choose type because MIDI pitch bend isn't a MIDI continuous controller, and then set to fixed value to pitch bend. So give that a shot. Yeah, it's a bummer when the same circuit is used for pitch bend and modulation and they both died at the same time. So it seems like a lot of controller keyboards have a lifespan of about 18 months because of that. It's probably saves 12 cents. And then many people buy the same type of controller again and run into the same situation. All right. So we see, Greg, if someone send a big project and you want to import it into Cubase bit by bit, can we import audio events separately, like automation and panning, inserts, etc.? So when we go to import, we have import tracks from data. And if we choose a particular project here, we have the option of importing the events and parts, the channel and inspector settings and automation independently. So, we could do that. And then we could, if you have like matching track names, you could select matching track names if you wanted to. So, so you could import those independently. So it probably makes sense to do it all at once, and you could deactivate the inserts or deactivate the automation if you didn't like it, or all right, so we see question, can I change the order of the rows in the mix console, like putting EQ on top or in the bottom line? So it depends, the visual mixer here, sorry, I hate that, is really just following the actual, it's following the order of the signal flow. So if you change the signal flow order. So let's say if we come over here to the channel strip, and I could see, the different, we can see the different functions here in the channel strip. So I could have, gate compressor, but on this particular channel, if I have the gate, come after the EQ. So when we come over here, we can see that, we'll see the change in the signal flow order. So it's intentionally designed so that it indicates, and you could see what the order of the signal processing is. So, it's not where I could just move this up top. It's, for how I like it visually, it's really tied to the signal flow order of the particular track, which makes a lot of sense, I think. Okay, so we see question, which way of printing creates less delay for importing back into the session, render in place, mix down and import, or direct printing? So it could really depend on, how many you're doing. So if you're doing like the mix down and import, if you're doing it with, separate effect processing, then that could take a long time. If you're creating stems and you want it to make sure that you have all of the effects that are on the group of the drums and the effects on the individual drum tracks. But, if you have the same effect send on the guitars, the drums, not to have the guitars implemented, that could take longer. Render in place is pretty fast, and so it could really depend upon the project. Like if it's like a lot of VST instruments with a lot of complex effects routing, that could take a little bit longer. Because it's going to render separate files to have the isolation. And some people will just do render like playback and capture. But some people don't want to set up their routing for that. And, so it could really depend on the type of project. If it's like a typical, rock band project or a small, Americana ensemble, you may not notice a huge difference. If you have a 3,000 track scoring template with, incredibly complex routing for effects, then that could, make a big difference as well. All right, Michael Teams wants people to whack the like button, and that allows us to continue to offer this as a service. So, All right. So we see question from, I guess it's, sorry, my chat field just jumped now. Find. Okay, so we see a question from 2R Studios. Use a controller to mix with 8 faders. I could choose the next 8 channels of the project with the controller. Can I match the view of the control room? Okay, so you see, I use a controller to mix with 8 faders. I can control the next 8 channels of the project with the controller. Can I match the view of the control room? So if I'm not sure if it's you want to control the control room volume and the parameters in the control room, so you could assign that in the MIDI remote if you wanted to. So a lot of times if you're kind of doing Mackie control, so I'm not sure what controller it is, but if you wanted to assign like this particular fader here to, control room volume, I could just right click like on my control room volume, move the fader, and we'll apply mapping. And now that fader will control the control room volume just like that. So anything that kind of transmits MIDI, but you may have to configure it because a lot of like kind of controllers, which are most 8 fader controllers running under Mackie protocol, if you may not immediately go and do that, but it's really just kind of right click, move a fader, and then you could have that fader control that particular parameter just as fast as I just did there. Okay, just reading through comments. All right, so we have a question. Is there a way to only see one note in a MIDI track on the main window? So let's see. I'll just come to project here. Okay, so there is a thing called an in-place editor. So if I select a track, we could hit Control or Command plus Shift and then the letter I, and we could see the in-place editor. So let me just hide this for now. I guess we could resize it where you could, and zoom in where we could see only one or a few notes. So if you wanted to zoom in, if we wanted to go to the track controls here, right click, we go to the track controls, and then probably hidden is the edit in place. And now when I come here, I could just see those particular controls. And so if I wanted to see it doesn't show just one single MIDI note, but we could kind of zoom in and see, if you wanted to zoom, you could really focus on one particular MIDI note and make it much smaller. So if you wanted to, I guess we could get it to show almost just one single MIDI note, but, and then, so if you add it with the track control settings, you could just click there. So let me know if that's helpful for what you want to do, Jose. Thanks for being on the live stream. All right, so we see kind of a follow up to the VCA, adding tracks to the VCA. It says, but I should have mentioned I was in the mixer, adding new tracks to the VCA. I had to do them individually. So let's say, I think if it's an existing VCA, you have to kind of add it manually. But if we are in the mix console here, I can select all these tracks. And right click again and add those selected tracks to the VCA, and that will control just like that. All right, so we see question, is there a way to recover a project that has been corrupted? Every time I try to load / activate the project, Cubase 12 Pro crashes and closes. So I would try to start the program in safe mode, and you could do that by just holding down Alt or Option plus Control or Command, depending on your OS, plus Shift as you double click to start Cubase, and try starting it without any third-party plugins and to delete the preferences. Often it's going to be like a third-party plugin that gets corrupted, and see if you could open up the project. So it may open up without the plugins, and then maybe save it as a different name, and then open up the project with the plugins, and then maybe manually reassign them. So, but with that, you could also try to, I know some people will, another workaround that some people will do is just go to import selected tracks from project, and then maybe just choose to import, one section of tracks at a time. So say I'm going to import all the percussion and the bass, and then at that point import the guitar. So this way you could import different sections of the project, and maybe you could determine if there's one particular part of the project that is causing, or one plugin that you could isolate it to. There may also be backups. So if you look in the same location as where the project is, you'll probably have like the similar project name with a .bak extension, and that's the backup project. So try opening up a backup project. By default, it does it every 10 or 15 minutes. I think it's 15 minutes in version 12. So. Okay, Okay, so we see from Douglas Emerson, it says, Greg, Retrolog 2 is a new update I see. Could you do an update walkthrough if you didn't already load it? Which library tips? So I think Online Music Foundry just released a new library. I have it on my personal computer, but I haven't installed it yet on my work computer, but I could have it installed for Tuesday's live stream. But there are some, if you Google, there are some really great, everything I think that Gary Gibbons does is just absolutely amazing and wonderful. And I just marvel at how he gets the sounds that he does. He's a real artist with that. So I think all of his content from Online Music Foundry is pretty amazing. but there are some YouTube videos of walkthroughs of it that I saw that were posted on Facebook in promotion. So I'm not a keyboard player, so I probably wouldn't do it as much justice, but I could do a quick walkthrough of it on Tuesday's live stream. If you send me an email just as a reminder, so I could get it installed on my office machine. We're glad you can make the live stream, Doug. All right. All right, so we see what is the quickest way to record a spur-of-the-moment music idea, MIDI or audio in Cubase Pro 12? All right, so, if you have, and one of the great features that, people love in Cubase is this concept of retrospective record. So audio, it defaults to 1 second. But let's say I just load up a quick instrument here. And, it's always the, most amazing aspects will, the most amazing melodies will come when whenever you're not recording. So let's say, all right, so now that I've just kind of played something, I was like, oh, I wish I'd captured that. If we just click in this button to the right of the record button, that will be our retrospective record. And at that point, it will just automatically be recorded directly into your project. So your MIDI will buffer like up to 10,000 notes that you could kind of play. I remember my friend Danny Lux, who's a incredibly successful TV composer. He's done like Grey's Anatomy for 20 years or so. He's like, does anybody hit the record button in Cubase anymore? It's all just retrospective record. So so a lot of composers never actually hit record, and when they have something, they just boom hit retrospective record. So give that a try. And with audio, you could do it I think up to a minute. It defaults to 1 second just in case like someone came in ahead of like a punch in, something like that. So. All right, so we see from Mikkel just saying big thanks, Greg. You're doing a great job. So I guess that was maybe with the macro. And we see from Sir Galaxy that's a useful / great macro. So, all right, wonderful to see Cubase Junkie on the live stream. Thanks for joining. Okay, we have a question. Hey, Greg, when editing and using the scissor tool to cut, the playhead disappears. I either have to zoom all the way out to find or push F to bring it back to focus. Is there a setting I'm missing? All right, so let's say my playhead is here and I cut. So it could be that like when we cut, so let's say I have my playhead here, I cut. Let's see where. Playhead's here, I cut, and it goes back to the beginning. Check going to transport, and there's a setting called use video follows edit mode. So now when I make a cut, it shouldn't affect the position of the transport bar, but with this setting enabled, that my playhead is here, I make a cut, it goes to the beginning. So check transport and try to uncheck use video follows edit mode and see if that helps you out. All right. Okay, so we have a question. Is it possible to move an audio wave from one track to another using Logical Editor? Thanks again for your help. Okay, so I just made a macro for someone, and we'll just show this quickly. And there's a way I can show you how you can move it to like the track below, like if you wanted to move a particular event. So let's come over here and okay, so and what I did is I made a macro. Someone had asked me to make a macro, and I was just kind of playing around with some macros yesterday. It's my exciting life, where I just wanted to take a particular macro here, and let's say I have an audio track below. And what they wanted to do is to take this particular track, this selection, and sorry, let me just. They wanted to take this track selection and move it down in the same exact time. So if we have the track selected, and this is contingent upon the track being selected, I could come over here. I made a macro, and we'll show you how it works. So we could just, and we could also move the track as well. So if I just say, okay, I want to, I'll just open up the macro here so you could see it. Okay, so it's a selected range. So, and this is contingent on most people don't have a particular preference activated to make this work. So one of the preferences to make some of these macros work is editing, that the auto select events under cursor is turned off, and we'll kind of turn it on and turn it off within the macro. But if we want to say, and again, I'll just show this in the key commands. So we want to edit, we're going to split the range, turn on the auto select events under cursor. We go to switch it back to the object selection tool. And then we'll say edit select events under cursor. I'm not sure if I need to do that twice or not. And then transport nudge plus 1 frame, so that moves the playhead over. That will then select the event. We'll go to copy, and at that point navigate down. So we go down to the track below, and we'll paste it origin. So let me see if I think we could get rid of. All right, let's go ahead and just try this and see if I get this to work. So, so I'm going to just select this, and then we'll go to the macro, and let's go ahead and run it. So at that point, we just kind of took that down and copied it down 1 track. Now, if I wanted to do kind of a different type of edit where I just wanted to move it but not copy it, I have kind of a similar macro I think we could modify here. So we'll get to our key commands, and okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and just change this. I'll duplicate this macro. Okay, so I'm just gonna modify this, and I think instead of move events, I'm going to delete this. And then we want to nudge down. So I'll just look under nudge. And I'll add this. So we're going to do kind of a similar scenario here. So if I wanted to move this down, so we'll start here. I'm just going to check the state of that preference. Okay. So now if we want to take this selection and move it down, I could just come over and see if we get this to work. All right. And I'm just going to check my macro, see if I named it right. Okay, try this. I think I had 2 of them that I was working on. Oh, let me start with the selected track. Oh, it looks like it's still copied it, but you could. So let me know if that works for you, Mikhail. Okay, so we see follow up from Mike Rivera. My chat field just jumped on me. So it says Portal is a granular effects plugin. Is there a stock plugin in similar? Thanks again, Greg. You're the best. So if we wanted to take an instrument, so if we just and go to Pad Shop. So we'll just get Pad Shop open here. So Pad Shop is a granular synthesis instrument. Oh, didn't like that. So yeah, check out Pad Shop, and I'll show it to you here real quick. Just check my connections here quickly. All right, so So now we could take any sound into Pad Shop and we could drag and drop it right in. So let's. So if I want to take this and. So, but this is kind of your granular synthesizer. You can take any sound and. So yeah, play around with that, and that'll be your granular instrument that's just built right in that you could just drag directly in. See, Douglas Emerson just saying my best friend is the Cubase retrospective recording. Right, reading through different comments. We'll get the user questions quickly. If you're interested in the granular synthesis, check out the Gary Gibbons and Online Music Foundry. And Simon Stockhausen also has done a number of Pad Shop content libraries. Okay, so it says, I don't know if I'm still off topic here, but what are your thoughts on MMCSS for ASIO? Is there a place for on or off, a recommendation? So I think it's mostly, I think it's the multimedia client schedule services. I think that's, if I remember, and I could be mistaken, that it's going to be more for, and I'm on Mac, so I may not see it, but I think if we go to like the MIDI port setup, you may see it in here, but it's maybe it's kind of a more of a Windows thing, but you know that you could see the MMCSS option. I think if you go to the MIDI port setup, you might see it on a Windows platform. So, you know, I think it's more with MIDI communication, but I could be mistaken. I haven't had to adjust mine on my PC, so I haven't really given it any thought. All right, so we see Jose's got to go. Thanks a lot, and keep up the amazing work. All right. All right, so we had a question from Diamond District Studios. Any idea why some plugins wouldn't be responsive when in control room? For instance, Metric AB and Sound ID reference had everything working but seems broken. So check to see if, you know, when you have a plugin in the control room, like as an insert here, see if, you know, sometimes some of those plugins that you mentioned may have higher latency. So it could be that your constrained delay compensation all the way here in the bottom left-hand corner is activated. And what that will do is kind of bypass plugins that have higher latency. So try to, if you see that this is illuminated and kind of orange in color, you could see that that would be turned on. So try turning that off and see if those plugins will kind of magically work. So basically, as you're tracking, Cubase will bypass. When that's enabled, Cubase will bypass plugins that cause additional latency that you might not be aware of, and then you could just simply turn it off as soon as you're done tracking. All right, so we see Brianna from Youngstown. Thanks for joining the live stream. Great to have you on. We hope you're well. All right, you see Michael Pierce has to get going to bed. We know it's late in UK. Thanks for spending part of your Friday evening with us, Michael. All right. All right, so you see further clarification for the plugins. It says, I tried loading metric AB on a plugin in a control room, but does not work, but works fine on the stereo channel. So, check again to see where the constrained delay is. So maybe it takes more latency on the particular control room. All right, we see a comment from Jet Li. Greg could be a new superhero macro man. So, yeah. I'm kind of like, I was talking with, last time I was in Los Angeles, we went out to Benjamin Wallfish's studio, and he's just like, Greg, you're just the best at coming up with like macros and workarounds. He's like, I sit here and just try to figure it out, and then you just tell me a macro, and then it's like you're so good at that, So I'm the king of workarounds. All right. Wonderful to see Oren Bynum on the live stream. Hope you're doing well, buddy. And Oren lives in Maryland. Miss seeing you at Washington Music. All right, so we see Mitch Michelle checking in from Michigan. All right, I just see, hey, Greg, can you show them how to audition the chords in the piano roll without hitting the play button by hitting the control button? All right, so not sure if I know that one, but let me see if I can figure it out. I usually learn new things on live streams as well, so. All right, so let's see if I come here. I think he said hit the control key. So just kind of clicking on a note and so, yep. Thanks for sharing that, Cubase Junkie. All right, and again, Mitch Michelle from Michigan. Don't know if I mentioned, so welcome to the live stream. Glad you could join us. All right, we hope you have a wonderful weekend, Michael Pierce, and look forward to seeing you on Tuesday. All right, we see from Jason, love these live streams. Glad you're still doing it. So yeah, I think in October we might, since pandemic started, I think we're going to reach 250 live streams sometime in October. So All right. Wonderful to see Jeff Zabelski return. So we missed you, buddy. Thanks for being on the live stream. Glad you can make it today. Okay, so we see a question. Why, when I record vocals on one line, it records the audio from another line? So I usually kind of get this from people that are using like a USB mixer and the output that they're recording. So they may be recording like a vocal and they're playing the vocal track. And the vocal track gets sent out of the USB audio port, like the existing vocal track gets sent back out. And the USB audio interface captures everything going in and out of the mixer itself. So if you could tell us what audio interface, that would be helpful. So if it's a USB mixer, there's probably some sort of button where it won't record the signal coming back. So you may have inadvertently set up a loop where the signal is being kind of tracked back in. So. All right, so we see Paul, the guitarist, checking in from Lynchburg, Virginia. Glad to see you again. It's been a while, I think, since we've seen you live or that you checked in. So glad you could join us. All right, so I know we had some questions. We had a number of questions sent in, so let's go ahead and get to those. Thanks for all the wonderful questions that everyone has asked. Okay, let me just open up. Quick project here. Okay, so on the last live stream, we had a question about how to copy multiple automation parameters at one single time and paste them to another track. And I couldn't come up with like a really clever way of doing it. And I spent a good chunk of Wednesday kind of working to figure out a methodology for this. So let's say we have this track and we have automation data on it. So we have volume and panning. Could be any automation. All right. So if we have our other track and we have the capability with the same automation lanes open. So that's going to be key. So we have to have kind of the same automation destinations. So, which is easy enough to set up. And I went into the project logical editor. And I just, so I made two different presets. One was to save and copy the automation on selected tracks. So in the functions, I chose select, media type is equal to automation. Property is set to parent object is selected. And on the post process, we just chose to, so basically we were selecting all of the automation on the selected track. So we're going to have this track selected to start. And then we're going to copy that automation. And then when we go to paste the automation, what we want to do is to come over here. We're going to say media type is equal to automation. Property is set to parent object is selected, and then we're going to do edit paste at origin. So I combine these into a particular macro. So when we come over here, so we could execute these two things. So let me just show you the macro and the key commands. And it's going to be process the project logical editor, save and copy automation to selected tracks, and then process project logical editor, move down, and paste automation. So let me give this a try. So what we're going to do is copy all the automation. It could be what, if you have 400 elements of automation or 2, it should be the same way. So if I did this correctly, I will come over here. I think I may have had to choose it to move down, but let's take a look. So we're going to okay, so we'll try our copy and paste multi-automation. We'll try it again. Let's just try having that closed. Well, now my macro isn't working, so let me try it one more time. See if both are open. Just going to check the project logical editor preset one more time. So it's probably, let me just see if I have this. Close. If not, I'll move on and show it on Tuesday's live stream. Try just one last time, and that we'll move on. Sorry about that. It doesn't seem to want to work. So I'll check, see if there's probably one condition, but I'll see if I can show it again on Tuesday. Okay, so we had a question. This is with another macro. Is there a way to hide muted notes in the score editor? I mean, notes that are muted in the MIDI editor. If not, can you show us how to make a macro to do that? All right, so let's take a look, see if I have better luck with this macro. So I have notes here. Let's say the white notes here are muted notes. So I have muted notes like so. So every other half note here is muted. And what we want to do is to hide the muted notes in the score editor. So when we go to our score editor, we could see that these notes here that are more kind of demure, more kind of grayed out, those are our muted notes. So the question was, can I get rid of the muted notes but leave the muted notes in the project? So, and we'll see if my macro works better for this. So we'll say hide muted notes in score editor. So I'm going to go to the key commands, and what we're doing for this macro is we're just going to process the project logical editor to select the muted notes. So we created a logical editor preset for this. So we'll go to our MIDI. And then we're going to choose to on the score functions to hide. So our logical editor preset is going to come over here. We'll say select muted notes. So we want select to be chosen in a function. Type is equal to note, and property is set to is muted. Okay, so when I come, we'll now just take this particular macro and we'll just choose to, and I run this from within the score editor. So we'll say hide the muted notes in the score editor. See if none of my macros are going to work today. Let me make sure I have the right logical editor preset here. Just can check the logical editor preset again. Okay, so I had a wrong function there. All right, so I had a wrong function, so let me just change my macro. All right, I'm just going to make a logical editor preset for that. Sorry about that. I had the wrong one. I think I have an Okay, so now I've selected that, and let's see if we have to set the macro up again, but we'll again come to hide muted notes in the score editor, and let me just reset up the macro. Sorry, usually you try to have these things all set up. All right, so I think I'll get it to work after this. Sorry about that. All right, so we'll have select muted notes, add, let's move this up. All right, so we're going to select the muted notes and then hide. So hopefully this will work this time. And there we go. So once again, go to the logical editor and go to setup. So we want to select type is equal to note, and the property is set to is muted. In the macro, we want to just set up. So we'll just come over here. I just called it hide muted notes in score editor. So process logical editor preset, select muted notes, score functions, hide. So now as soon as we want to run that macro again, those particular muted notes in the score editor will be hidden. And then it'll just show as rests. All right, so question number 2. I have a MIDI event / part which is 30 bars long. There is nothing else on the track. In the score editor, it shows the notes in this part fine, but it puts 18 blank bars at the end, which don't exist in the part in the project window. The part is only 30 bars long. Why is that, and how can I get rid of them? So what I would do is in the scores menu, come over here to reset layout. And at this point, we could just come right over here and try to reset layout on this staff and see if that does the trick for you. So I think that will kind of fix it and make it the length of the particular event. All right, another scoring question. How can I link the score editor to the project window so that when I select a different part in the project window, the open score editor window shows that part? Thanks for your help on all this. All right, so let's say I want my default editor maybe to be the score editor. So I'll go to preferences, and let's say under under editors, preferences, we'll see default MIDI editor. I'm going to change this to score editor. All right, and we'll hit apply. And I'm going to couple this. So anytime that I double click, that will automatically kind of show, wherever we're at here, depending on our cursor. Now, if I want the cursor to immediately jump to a particular area so that I don't have to kind of hunt for the measures in a situation like this, I would go to the transport and enable use video files edit mode. So now when I click, that moves the cursor to the beginning, the playhead position to the beginning of the event, and we can see the score editor like that. So let me know. All right, so we had a question. I'm creating songs for an upcoming album and working with that, but in between work with that, I entertain myself with studies, and one of the studies I've done is to check if I could hear a difference between the streaming services' audio quality. I also want to use Wavelab to compare and analyze audio from different streaming services. Can you demo the Wavelab functions to detect errors and especially detect clipping a bit? I find that function to be buggy, or I do something wrong here on my end. I zip up 2 files for you to analyze. They cannot be listened to Hangout because of copyright. Okay, so let's go ahead and so let me open up Wavelab. Okay, so we had 2 files, and we can see that probably this one is clipping significantly, and maybe this one isn't. So let's go ahead and do just a global. I'll go to the analyze function of the 2 files, and we'll do global analysis, and we'll just analyze the particular audio files. Okay, so as we've done this, we could see that the peaks on this are going to be, minus 2.27, 3 dB. We could see what the overall loudness is. So, usually for like a Spotify type of streaming service, it's, you want to aim for minus 14. So this is minus 13 and minus 12.75 in the channels. You could also determine pitch if there's DC offsets. So with this, there's a lot of DC offset. So I would definitely kind of fix that. That would be a problem that some of my mastering engineer friends would go crazy with. So anyway, we see fine clipped samples. We don't really see any clipped samples in this particular event. So let's look at the other one, which probably has some clipping on it. Just looking at it and listening to it, I won't play it on the stream for copyright purposes, but let's go and do a global analysis of this. All right. So here we can find our points of audio that are clipping. And then if we wanted to focus directly on, so some of these may have been kind of rounded out, where the file is just this way, but maybe some of it has clipped. And then if we just hit, I think we could go to the next. So as we want to just kind of start, we could determine the clipping here as well and kind of analyze. And once we're kind of zoomed in, if we want to kind of mitigate the clipping, we could zoom in. And then if you go to the edit, what we could do is grab the pencil tool, and then, where there's kind of no waveform there, you could often just kind of draw in some of the waveform. So you could kind of use that to, draw in waveforms where necessary. But one thing that's really interesting, if you're going to be comparing the different streaming services, is when you're in Analyze, if you kind of record the same file, and then you edit them so that they all kind of line up at the same time, use the same exact levels for input and output, you could just do an audio file comparator. And this could take a file from Tidal and a file from Spotify or from Amazon or iTunes, whatever. And then it could take these two files and you could actually generate a delta file, which is the difference between the two files. So if you do that with like an MP3, it's really interesting because you could hear what the MP3 is adding or what is the difference between these two particular files. So that's a really interesting tool to take a look at. So, all right, let's move on. All right, so you see, I have orchestral templates in Cubase 12 with VE Pro. And with example, brass strings, woodwinds, instances in a project. Each instance has 6 active instrument channels. Example, flute, clarinet, oboe, etc. Standard stuff. It's the flow template. I find that if I freeze an instance, example, the winds, by selecting one of the MIDI racks and freezing by the VST rack, I get random dropouts. I say random, but they happen at the same point. If I redo it, it's generally not in an intense section. This also happens if I export audio. So I tried render in place by selecting a MIDI part to flute. This generated an audio track for each of the 6 active channels in the instance, regardless that only the flute part was selected. Only the flute part has sound. The others are silent files. If I select multiple instrument parts, a full set of audio files are generated for each part, i.e. 36 channels. I can't find a way to avoid this except to render each part with the mix down to one audio file selected. The thing is, this is a way that rendering is working. It may explain why freeze is getting audio dropouts. Maybe it's trying to freeze multiple silent files along with the sound. Is there something VE Pro that I could do to force Cubase to slow down the freeze exports? Something else I'm missing set up is an M1 Mac, Cubase 12, and Rosetta server on the same machine. I note that I never had dropouts like this in Cubase 11. So I don't really I don't have a license of VE Pro, so I'm not that familiar with it. Why you get all the outputs rendered is probably because when running it with VE Pro, you're running it as a MIDI track. So Cubase doesn't have an idea. There's no real way for Cubase to know where that audio is coming out in your instrument. So it's going to render all of the outputs, because if it's just a MIDI track, at that point, it doesn't know, there's no correlation to this MIDI track goes to this output in VST. If it's an instrument track, that does have the correlation. So if you run instrument tracks, you cannot, that will mitigate the problem of printing empty tracks. So, and I know that sometimes, people running vPro find it better to run MIDI tracks, and it's kind of an issue sometimes with VE Pro. So, but, I think, I would try running it as instrument tracks if you have the capability. I know it's a pain, and then, that's a nuisance to have to try to convert it. But I think if you want to render it efficiently, that, if you could get it set up as instrument tracks, that it would be better for you. All right. So it says, I have a question. I have Cubase 10.5 in my instrument rack. I have Contact 5, an old version. I'd like to have my Contact 6 player Contact instead of 5. Also, Reactor 5 is showing instead of 6. How do I go about deleting Contact 5 so I can have my updated version with my updated VSTs loaded? When Contact 5 pops up, it's asking for authorization. I have also another DAW that's running correct instruments, contacts, so VST Manager. Then what? For getting the instruments cleared up in the Instrument Manager, VST rack showing contact, and getting Reactor 6 instead of Reactor 5 to show up. Any video links would be great. Thanks. Love this stuff. So, make sure it could be in other programs, if you're running on, depending on if you're running on Mac, you may be running as an AU version as opposed to VST. But if you have both, VST2 and let's say VST3, or like if you have Contact version 5 and Contact version 6, I'm pretty sure, you could go into the NI VST plugins folder and just remove Contact 5, just remove the DLL if you're on Windows. But, if you have both installed on your system, then it's going to, both of them will show up in Cubase. So you could manually remove one. You can manually remove the older ones. So it's not really, Cubase is seeing whatever plugins that you have installed on your system. If you have 6 different versions of Contact, it'll, show you the 6 different versions of Contact. So I think it's going to be more of a Contact installation or uninstallation issue. All right. So we had a question. It says, hi, Greg. Thanks so much for the hard work you're doing supporting the Cubase users worldwide. I've learned so much from the live streams. I really appreciate your answers when I've asked questions. Just want to say that it would be great if there was a track for written lyrics in Cubase Pro or Nuendo, either as a part of the range track or a track in itself. I'd really like to be able to view the chords lyrics automatically in the score, which would help massively and save time within the songwriting process I do with Cubase. It's an excellent DAW, and really think a lot of users would find it efficient and useful to have this feature. If you could possibly add it as a feature request in new version, it would be amazing. Many thanks for your advice, and hope you and your family are well. Best wishes. And this is from Matt Elston from London. So yeah, I've kind of asked and lobbied for like a lyric track in the past. But one of the things that I often do, see if I have the project open. Yeah. So let's take a look. I think I have this set up. Is I often have the lyrics in a notepad. So we'll get this opened. Okay, so I go to my project window, and here I always have the lyrics typed into the notepad. So if I just wanted to bring this up, I can see like my chorus, and I can put like, the copyright, what key, copyright information, the composers, BPM. So I have all of my lyrics when it's going into verse, chorus. So often what I do is I have a marker track that's dedicated to lyrics. And you could, rearrange the order of these. Sometimes you may just see that you'll have the position before. So I just have the description here, and maybe like the marker ID number. So as we come over here, and I wanted to start the song, so I could hide this particular lyric track from the project. And once we open it up here, and the singer's like, oh, right where I said I was okay, I could just say, okay.
I was okay.
And I say, oh, go to this line, I've got to choose.
I've got to choose.
And I could now just,
I was okay.
and now that we can sync the selection,
Guess all along I was so
I could just see the lyrics kind of automatically here.
now you're packing
So I just entered a marker.
our musical history laid out on the floor. I've got
So
to
we have it
choose.
on the project window. If I was in a MIDI editor,
What's yours? 'Cause now you're asking Beatles or Stones.
I could go to my global tracks and I could see the lyrics as well as the chord track and the arrangement.
But it's too late.
And I could always just have the lyrics.
Take the road, it's that you like. Please stop asking Beatles or Stones. Just leave it alone. You still
And when we get to the end here, you'll see that when you have sync selection activated, it'll just kind of go down.
should have told me you were out of tune.
And this way, when the lyrics, the singer's like, oh, go to this line.
Now you're at whatever you did up until now.
And you could just navigate quickly. So it's not a lyric track. I think it's great what VST Live is doing with the lyric track, and I would love to see it in Cubase as well. But, check out using some of the, using like the marker track for lyrics, Matt. And I think you'll find it pretty powerful, especially if you're doing like vocal tracking sessions. All right, so we had a question. Let me just jump back to this. What is the best way to do the following things? Change the pitch of a piece of audio in a project without changing its length. Okay, so let me activate this project here. All right, so let's say I have just a vocal file here. Okay, so, all right, and let me just,
A new day.
all right, so if I want to change the pitch without affecting the length, we could select the event and go to our info line, and I could just come right over here. Let's move it up a whole step.
A new day.
Let's move it down a whole step.
A new day.
So here we could do it by sense, or so we have fine tune, which would be sense, or semitones is transpose.
A new day.
So same exact length. Now we have changed the length of a piece of audio without changing the pitch. So the easiest way to do this is to switch your sizing tool, your object selection tool, to sizing applies time stretch. So now as I change the length of that, the pitch will be the same, but it will just play back faster.
A new day.
And if I wanted this to play back slower,
A new day.
so same pitch with that. All right. And third question, how did it change the tempo of the project and have the audio stretch and stay in sync with the project? Okay, so let's jump back to this project. So I want to take like a multi-track, and this would work for audio and MIDI. MIDI will generally kind of do it automatically. But what we want to do is to make sure that as we've recorded the audio, that we've recorded it kind of with a tempo. So this project was recorded at 100 beats a minute. I'm going to select all of the audio events and place them into musical mode. So once I have these in musical mode, I can now just type in a different tempo. So let's say 120. or if I want it to be 80 beats a minute. So we could just take all the tracks and adjust accordingly. So once select all the events, make sure they're in musical mode. We could also go to the pool window, and here we could apply the tempo. We could select all the files, select the top, hold down Shift, and keep it held down and select the bottom file. We could take all these into musical mode and change the tempo if they don't have it. And then once it's in musical mode, it will follow your tempo, whatever tempo changes you kind of have. All right, so we have a question. I don't know if this is a bug, but I was working on a song with a beat that had an unsteady tempo, and a client wanted me to loop their vocal over the beat. The tempo is relatively steady, but a bit unstable based on the old 70s soul instrumental. I used the automatic tempo map function, got the grid and click locked up, lined with the beat, and set the tracks I was editing to musical mode. When I made a selection on a grid with snap turned on and set to bars, I couldn't make a selection of the bar. It always, for example, be at 24.419 instead of 25.11, therefore making all the vocal selection not follow the grid. To be fair, this is a very problematic piece of music due to the nature of this odd little loop, but I thought it would be worth asking a live stream because this happens to me often enough to be a nuisance. I'm sure I'm doing something wrong because almost everything has wound up being easier, Nuendo and Cubase, than my former DAW of choice. All right, so let's jump back to a different project. All right, so let's say we just want to take like a little section of audio from here.
I knew
All right, so I'm going to just select who I think is roughly a bar or like a loop point. All right, and let me just check the end. All right, I'm just gonna maybe just. All right, so let's say I just kind of listened to it and roughly kind of picked a measure here. All right, so if I wanted to do this, so, let's say I wanted to now split based on these particular points. So I would, Shift X rather, split, and I would just take these to a separate audio file, and then I would choose to render in place. So, or we'll go, and instead of render in place, let's just go to audio to bounce selection, and we'll create a new file. So if we want to do a quick tempo detection of this, all right. And at that point, you want to probably go to, and if the tempo is fluctuating within the event, you probably want to go to audio, and this could be the step that you're missing, and go to advanced and set definition from tempo. And then you could embed it into the audio file or into the project. And then as you stretch whatever tempo you have here, that will automatically speed up and slow down to fit into that amount of space. But if you want to share like the particular file, I'd be happy to take a look at it. You can send it to clubcubase@steinberg.de. Okay, so it says I'm group editing drums and audio events and put MIDI in the group folder. All the hierarchy priority options disappear from the quantize panel. That didn't happen when you're setting up. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. Jump back here. Let's activate this. Okay, I'll just put in some fake drums here. Okay, so put the MIDI in a group folder. Hierarchy priority options disappear from the quantize panel. That didn't seem to happen before. All right, so let's say I'm going to select all of these events, and then let's say I will come into, so we have MIDI and audio. And let me go ahead and make sure that this is in the folder. Okay, so then when I go to the events here, then we could see that the audio priority, so you might have to actually click on the events, but it seems like all the audio priorities disappear, so make sure that, you have that turned on, and that's again with that particular event, but you might have to actually activate. If the MIDI part is active, you may have to activate the audio events. All right, last question. I recently started using Vocal Line as an ARA2 extension. When I run Vocal Line as an extension, it creates a new audio file in the project's ARA folder, but I have to bounce or render the audio event to hear the changes that have been made. The new audio is supposed to be automatically switched in by the extension and not need to be bounced. Again, is there a setting I need to change? So if you're doing ARA editing, one of the things that you do, if you're doing it like on the track levels, I don't have Vocal Line, but let's say if I just do spectral layers, and it will do its work directly here. So one of the things that you could do to kind of simplify this whole process is from the extension right here is just to make the track extension permanent. All right, so with that, we're just about out of time. I want to thank everyone for all the wonderful questions. We want everyone to stay safe and have a wonderful weekend. And we will see everyone back on Tuesday, starting at 1 p.m. U.S. Eastern. Thank you very much. Goodbye.